Hello and welcome to part 3 of episode 7, our priest journey. It's like the lair we're on, somebody has either entered or exited the cave we're going into. Wild steel bloom. We will grab that. Where is it? There. We'll have to see. They're actually close to being needing to train herbalism. So we should be able up this way. So I want to be slightly careful to make sure that nobody's starting the escort while we walk along here, because the escort is active, things spawn. Doesn't look like it. No, these are all still grey, unfortunately. I'm not sure if it's really worth continuing our search for page 7. But, may well just simply be a lost cause. We'll kill a few things, see what the drop rate of pages is vaguely like. But, we might just say be done with it. Oh, hey, nice. Oh, your priest died. Yeah, guzzers can be a tricky one. Oh, you remade and got to 20. Nice. I think priest early on goes kind of okay, speed-wise. Yeah, guzzers is much stronger than you would think. Those void walkers are really tough, and I think it's that although they don't hit mega hard, they have a bigger health pool than you're possibly expecting, and so the fight can often go on for longer than you were expecting it to. And I think that's what surprises a lot of people. In many ways, that the Void Walker is actually stronger than he is. How are you liking the priest up to 20 though? Hang on. Got away AFK a sec. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me okay with this adjusted setting? Oh, good, good. That's good to know. Yeah, I've not had any dungeon issues so far. All of mine have gone pretty smoothly. It's always important with the blue raptors to pull them back away from the others because they do call for help before they die. Yeah, that's well, and that can kind of be a knowledge gap, really. Um, it's if the tank isn't doing it, it's really up to the group to yell at him until he does. So, dungeons so far, I haven't needed to even use a mana drink at all, which has been pretty nice. Yeah, getting used to healing is something that is, or it like it obviously takes time. Um, I quite like using the add-on heal bot. It lets you set up your spells really nicely on controlled hotkeys. I need to change some of my binds around slightly. I'll show you what I mean when I'm out of this cave. Have you You select, are you using a healing add-on? It's very advisable too. The amount of options in Healbot has massively changed since I used it last. It kind of looks a bit overwhelming when you look at the options screen, but it's really quite simple, really. Yes, yeah, Healbot continues the one you want. I don't think so. I think I'm just using the base Healbot. So check add-ons. So once it's installed, this is what you should see. Healbot data, extra skins, options, tooltips. That's all I've got. And it gives you this little box down here. And if you hold Control and Alt at the same time, you can move that wherever you want on screen. And it automatically expands based on how many people are in your party. So where I've got it placed, if there was a group of 5, there would be another 4 bars underneath this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you can just position it wherever's most comfortable for you. And in the options, you type /HB space O, and you want to go to spells, and under spells, you've got your normal click windows. So I've got left mouse button, heal rank 3, right mouse button, heal rank 2. And then if I click on control, while I'm holding down control, then left click becomes power word shield, and right click becomes renew. The exact ranks are selected. So whenever you level up and train a new skill, you want to update this. I'm going to change my bindings at some point. And on Alt, I've got Cure Disease and Dispel Magic. And you can have any like combination of these, so you could have Control and Shift to add even more bindings in if you wanted to. But like I want to swap around my. Actually, I may as well do that now. Yes. So let me just swap these. So when you click on it, the spell selector, it comes up with this menu, and you can get a drop-down list, and you can pick whatever spell you want. So on standard click, I want Power Word Shield rank 5, and then select. And on right click, I want Renew rank 4, select. And then on control, I want heal, rank 3. And then on right click, I want heal, rank 2. And then all you have to do is mouse over the party frame that it shows here. And if I right click, fast renew. And if I control click. So you don't have to worry about all of the like number press hotkeys and all of these binds that you would do for your whatever you're doing in solo play. You're doing everything just with like a modifier plus mouse click. I've loved using Healbot since it was released a very, very, very long time ago. It makes healing much more intuitive, and you just get used to your bindings. And everything feels good. Can I ask what you're mainly using to heal in your dungeon? So you kind of want to be aware on like mana efficiencies. As a healer, mana conservation is like your main thing that you need to play around, because if you go boom, then it's game over. So there's another add-on, which, yeah, there's another add-on which is really useful for learning that, which I don't have on all the time because of how it makes things look. But it's really, really useful. And it's called, where is it? Yeah, I think it's stat weight classic. So I just reload one. Yeah, that's the one. So you can see it's put on all of these like information here, and you see how it's expanded the tooltip info. So it tells you a lot of really useful information about each spell. So you've got like heal per mana, which is the stat that we're really interested in. To find out our efficiencies. So if I go Alright, here we are. So flash heal, it's a short cast time, but its heal per mana is 1.96. Whereas heal, it's a much longer cast time, but its heal per mana is 2.48, which is quite a considerable jump. So flash, lesser heal tends to be something that sort of gets left by the wayside for the most part. Generally, instead of lesser heal, I'll use a rank of heal that is one rank lower. Which is why I've got heal rank 3 and heal rank 2. Because the heal's still the most mana efficient. Most of the time in dungeons, this is what you will be using. Renew, renew, renew. And maybe the occasional heal spell. So, like for the dungeons that I've done so far, I haven't needed to use a single water to drink to replenish my mana. I've been relying on spirit gear. And casting renew to keep the tank topped off. And that's it. So if the tank starts taking more damage, yeah, so if I've got plus 36 intelligence, plus 41 spirit, so it's about equal. But priests naturally have more spirit anyway. And like it's pretty equal between that and stamina as well. I quite like stamina spirit gear. It's pretty nice. But generally you're looking for gear that is either stamina spirit or int spirit. So when the tank is taking damage, you want to put the renew on them. A useful feature of these bars is that let me take some damage a moment and you'll see. So the bar's kind of mostly greyed out at the moment. And when you're below a certain percentage, the bar will light up. So that's when it lights up is when you want to put renew on first. And then as long as the tank's health is stable, and isn't dropping below like 50-60%, you can simply keep the renew up. And if other people need a renew casting on them as well, you want to cast all the spells sequentially. 1, 2, 3, or however many people need it. And then just stop casting and do nothing. Or if you're feeling like it, you can stop casting and then help out with wanding. Because why not? It does a tiny bit of damage. And the whole point of that is that you're giving your natural regen from your spirit time to kick in to get your mana back. And that's an important skill to learn in low-level dungeons, because by the time you get to high-level dungeons, like, the pressure on mana is that much greater. So the more you can let things go, the better. Generally speaking, you want to avoid using Power Word Shield on tanks unless you need to. So Power Word Shield on tanks is generally used for addressing spike damage. Yeah, it is also much more difficult to heal using the basic, like, standard interface frames. It's a real pain. Like, being able to mouse over and heal your grid is much easier than trying to keep track of the base user interface. So if a tank was taking spike damage and you've got your renew ticking, but their health is going down and down and down, if it was taking spike below 50%, what I would probably do would be to Power Word Shield into a heal. So the Power Word Shield would address the spike damage that was happening. It would allow the renew that was ticking to heal a little bit, and then the heal that would be going through afterwards would top them off and get things back under control. And then again, you would stop healing and let your manager restart to regen. If you want to see examples, I would say look back at my Dead Mines run on the priest. The tank wasn't massively happy with my healing. He felt that I was letting him get, like, super low. But essentially I was using renew, and my healing spell at the time, I think, was healing for about 62% of his total health. So I was quite comfortable, like, letting his health get quite low, since none of the mobs in Dead Mines have, like, executes or anything. And I was letting the renew tick, but having, Power Word Shield in preparation, so that I could shield and use a heal, and I was safe in the knowledge that that would take them back to 100% health. They didn't feel very comfortable being that low all the time, unfortunately. I mean, like, I can understand it, and yeah, health is a resource. Your mana is a resource, and the key to optimal healing is balancing the two. You need to recognize how heavy the incoming damage is, and whether a renew will be enough. Another good dungeon to see is the Razorfen crawl that I just did earlier today. I was expecting to have to heal more, but it was entirely possible to heal the majority of the run purely with Renew. I think the only thing that actually sends me out of mana is casting Power Word Fortitude on everyone. Well, it's not a super strong spell. It ticks for a decent amount over time. Like that's what it does. Like it keeps health stable more than anything else. But that's kind of what you're looking for. Like if you do a pull of, I don't know, 3-4 mobs or whatever it is, and your tank starts taking damage, their bar lights up, you cast your Renew, and their health sort of ticks up and down somewhere around 60-70%. Like that's absolutely fine. Because the incoming damage on them isn't going to get any higher. If you see what I mean, like you've got 4 mobs and they're all hitting the tank, and so you know how steady the income of damage is, and if the Renew is mostly keeping that stable, like it's fine. At some point, one of those mobs is going to die, the damage is going to get less, and your Renew will then not only sort of keep things stable, but because one of the mobs has died and the incoming damage has decreased, it'll probably start to heal them a bit as well. But your job essentially is to gauge how much incoming damage there is, and if it's equal to or greater than your Renew amount. I think that different spells become more important as you get higher level as a priest, and Renew becomes like maybe slightly less of a staple, but certainly in the early dungeons, it's your bread and butter. Like Wailing Caverns, aside from Verdan, I think that's all I really cast. Generally every 15 seconds, but sometimes if their health is high and it's stable, like I don't know, 80% or so, I won't bother. I'll just let my mana keep regenerating. It depends how low it is. I generally like to keep myself above 70% if I can. I don't know what talents you've taken, but this is a mix of healing and leveling. If I was going pure healing, I wouldn't have Spirit Tap, but you kind of need it for leveling, so that's why that's there. And then I went Discipline for 1 specialization, Power Word Shield, Power Word Fortitude, into Meditation, and of course Inner Focus. And then I've got 3 points in Renew. I plan, now that I've got 1 point in Unbreakable Will, then the next levels I'll be able to get Mental Agility, which reduces the cost of your instant cast spells. That'll make the shield and the Renew even more efficient. and then I'll be able to pick up Divine Spirit and Mental Strength. I think that's as far as we go, pretty much. And then we'll go into Holy. Possibly get some Divine Fury, but the extra crit can be nice, especially when combined with the Inspiration. That's kind of where like regularly casting super small heals and getting the crit procs can be really super good for the tank. And then improved healing and Divine Fury, perhaps. And I think it's finished off with Spiritual Guidance. We don't want Spirit of Redemption. Something like that, anyway. I'll play around with it more, like, eventually, but it's useful to see all of these stats. So I don't have it on all the time, because it creates quite a lot of clutter when you mouse over abilities. A lot of the time you just want to see the base information. But like knowing like damage per mana or healing per mana, it can be really, really helpful. So you look at the difference between Smite with its 2.5 second cast to do 153 to 174 holy damage, and Mind Blast, the damage by time is massively different, and the damage per mana is basically the same. I don't use Smite at all. So while questing, what I'll try and do, depending on what I'm fighting, if the thing will die during Shadow Word Pain and Wanding, that's what I'll do. If it'll die within the Shadow Word Pain, if I'm Mind Blast, then that's what I'll do. I'll open with the Mind Blast into the dot and then wand. And for like elites and stuff, where I know the fight's going to go on longer, I'll Holy Fire first into the Mind Blast while it's running towards me, then dot and wand. This is going to be overkill, but so the Mind Blast goes off before it reaches you. Doesn't interrupt any casting time. It's not necessarily the fastest way to do things, but it's relatively safe, and it does the job. And given that we're until we hit 40, we're only a healing spec. It'll do. I might get dual spec at 40 instead of a mount. It's tempting anyway. I'd like to see how Shadow plays. And it would be good to be able to quest faster. A lot of the time I don't even have inner fire up while fighting weak things. If it was equal level mobs, I'd have inner fire up all the time. Another useful thing to know is that if you're in a fire and you power word shield yourself, when things hit you, this number does not go down because it's absorbed and is not a hit that is connected. Yeah, it's something that's really important. Like the armor that it gives you, especially if you're fighting things that are more level appropriate. It is huge, like 720 armor. That's essentially tripling my armor, almost, or more than. So what it takes it from damage reduction 9% to 24%. So it's an extra almost 16% DR. I don't know, I wouldn't bother doing it like that. I prefer to have it like as a buff that I actively remember, because then you train yourself to remember it instead of forgetting it. Turn that stat weights thing off again. Yeah. So practice using Healbot a little bit before you do a dungeon with it. It's really intuitive. Obviously, set the spells up on keybinds that you like. Yes, I would use Holy Nova at some points. It's quite good against Baron Rivendare in Stratholme, but with the skeleton ads that he spawns. If you need like emergency AoE to help kill those, then like your party are taking damage from the aura anyway, and the AoE can help clear that. So that's a good place. And there are probably some other useful situations for it. Might be to do with your options. Hang on. Also, you need to do the Control-Alt-Drag. Oh. So, not in the middle of the box, but on the edge of it. And if you wanted to use Control plus Alt as a casting modifier, which is a bit of a weird one, but some people might do. Hang on, let me finish the mob here. Is it frames? So under frames, there's also a button called fixed coordinates, which if you tick it, you won't be able to move it around with Control and Alt anymore. So if you wanted to use that as a modifier, you can then lock it in place. But Control and Alt is a kind of a bit of a weird modifier to use, so I haven't bothered with that. Yeah, it makes healing like really easy to get into, and it feels so much more fluid. You can see everything where you need to see it. You know, it's just there. I was also trying out this weak aura for shield amounts. Not sure if I like it yet or not. What was it called again? Nan Shield Classic. Since normally you don't have a clue what you've got left. I think one of the reasons I don't mind priest leveling is it partly plays similar to how I play warlock leveling. So the idea being you rely on your mana regen and wand whilst your spell, your selection of spells that you've chosen to cast, like naturally sort of end just as the creature dies. So it's very similar to sort of what I've done previously. Yes, you don't have much in the way of AoE at all. What? Bear has got unstuck from the ground. Just in time to path into my back. I don't think it's all that mana efficient. Like if your party's taking a lot of AoE damage, it's going to be a lot more efficient than it would otherwise be. But when it's just you and a few enemies, I don't know if it does enough actual damage to be on par with something like Arcane Explosion. Yeah, I mean, ultimately your job in dungeons is not to do damage, it's to heal. So there are some specific encounters where it's super useful. Um, but generally, your job is to heal, be stable, keep your mana high, and don't run out. Like you want to avoid stopping and drinking as much as possible. Which is kind of why I've been trying to see if I can heal entire dungeons without doing it. Um, the other benefit of that, of course, is that you're then not also spending huge amounts of money on buying water. I mean, that's more of an issue if you're self-found, of course. I would assume so. Because there's no other reason for spamming it unless you were wanting to heal multiple people. Or specifically in like the Baron Rivendare thing, where you've got lots of people to heal small amounts of tick damage, and you can help like kill the ads as well. But that thing, it's quite a niche situation, that one. Like the stairs on Zul'Farrak also would be another good example. You've got a ton of like super low level, that non-elites that will die relatively quickly, and that could help out. And most importantly, I don't know if you read the last part, it causes no threat. Um, kind of. Like you can certainly do damage, as a... Oh, hooray. Oh, hooray. You can certainly do damage as a non-shadow priest. Like, it's not going to be raid level damage. You could probably do kind of dungeon level damage, I guess. It's not really commonly seen because, well, there's shadow and that's just going to be better at it. But like it can be reasonable for leveling. What talent that I'm thinking of? Not only is it discipline. Yeah, so force of will, increasing your spell damage and critical chance of your offensive spells. That's quite strong. With holy fire, kind of smite, I suppose. That's what it's sort of intended to be used for, but like the rest of the discipline effects don't affect that much, and then you'd want to go into Divine Fury to reduce the cast time of Smite and Holy Fire to make it, and like increase the damage of your Smite and Holy Fire spells. I suppose you'd definitely want Holy Specialization because I'm assuming Smite and Holy Fire are both holy and would benefit Smite. Yeah. So like between this and this, that gives you an extra 10% spell crit. Do we need to run anywhere? No. So yeah, yeah. If you want to see like stable healing, with lots of mana conservation, certainly have a flick through some of the fights in the Dead Mines run and the Razorfang crawl that we did earlier. I'm not sure if I've published the Razorfang crawl one yet. But we might look for a gnome regan in a minute once we've handed in these quests. Let's have a check in the browser. Ooh, now that is a group I don't like already. 28 and 29. So, have you done gnome regan before? When you're going down the final set of ramps towards the final boss room, you've got two raised sides and a lowered part in the middle. The mobs there are, I think, level 33, if I remember rightly. If you've got level 28s and 29s there, those they're greatly underleveled for that, and their aggro range as a result is going to be bigger. If they get close to the central part of that last ramp while you're going down one of the sides, what they're going to do is at some point they're going to aggro one of the packs in the middle. And when they aggro one pack, it will chain pull the entire center part of that. You can imagine how well a 20 mob pull is going to go. Possibly more, depending on how far down the ramp you've already cleared. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, like, okay, there are 2 rogues there, they've got Vanish. So they probably feel quite safe about it. But if they're vanishing, what's the priest doing? They'll be the one with the aggro, because they're the next lowest level, right? And they'll have been healing people. So the rogue's going to vanish, the priest is going to die. And they'll be like, oh no, what happened? What are you going to fade? You've got healing aggro, and the two and the 2 rogues have vanished. You can't fade 0 threat. The best thing that yeah. Well, no, that's it. That's just it. Like the tank and the rogues will be fighting stuff. One of the low levels, the rogues, it is gonna pull, and those mobs will be focused on the rogue. So when you heal that rogue, as it's going to be taking damage during the fight that's going on, the aggro is going to swap from the rogue to you. And if the rogue vanishes and you fade, the tank has no aggro on these things. It's all on the healer. And the rogues have vanished. The only thing that you can do at that point is to wait for the mobs to essentially be breathing down your neck, jump off the edge into the center part, and hope that you can then Hearthstone. But it's going to be a mess, and it's entirely avoidable. Yeah, so you start going down one of the raised edges, and if you accidentally pull the middle, you wait until everything is basically pulled on top of you, and then you jump down so that it has to run all the way back again to buy yourself some time. But if you're hopefully your Hearthstone isn't on cooldown. But the point is, it's an incredible risk, and it's a risk that doesn't need to happen. The level 28 and 29 should not be going into Gnomeregan at that level. They just it just shouldn't, in my opinion. They've got a tank now. Good luck to them. Hopefully they're going to Razorfang Crawl and not Gnomeregan. But yeah, I would not take a group like that. They're just not appropriately leveled for the content. Um, minimum level I'd take for Wailing Caverns. As a tank, 20, as long as they would hit 21 before the end, because that's the level of Verdun, or Verdan. Because before that, they're going to get hit by things like Crushing Blow. And Verdan hits ridiculously hard anyway. So if you've got a lower level tank than that, they're just going to get two-shot pretty much. And the healer won't be able to do anything about it. For DPS, depending on the class, but 18, 19 is like generally fine. Like as long as they're going to hit 19, like during the course of the dungeon, should be okay. Healer, 18. I'd still prefer it if they weren't 17. I'd still like them to have like their level 18 spells learnt. That would be good. If you can find a group that's all 20 plus, like 2021s, that's the most solid, I would say. Yeah, so the thinking about this group, you've got the two rogues there. The last boss is level 34, so that 28 is going to be 6 levels down on the last boss. 5 levels down if they level up, so the last boss is going to be red to them. No. Well, so I would hope that they're going to Razorfang Kroll. But even then, they're still underleveled for that. They still... One of the quests for Razorfang Kroll you can't even pick up until level 30. So... And again, the last boss is level 34. So... yeah. Well, the Warlock is in the Barrens, so I'm assuming that they're probably going to RFK rather than Nomragan then. Although they could be on the boat to Ratchet. Duffman. Decimus. Doesn't tell us anything. Capcan. Looks like RFK. That would be my guess, anyway. Oh god. This is double no. Nomragan not only as a 28, but as a hunter with a pet. Like, that is just Suicide Central. You can imagine how much control the hunter will keep over that pet, right? Going down a ramp that you have aggro range on. But no. in the death compilations, at 28 the hunter doesn't have feigned death. They will pull the canal and die with everybody else. I would oh, I would just say you want to pick your groups carefully. Nomragan especially, just purely because of that final ramp. Like so many of the death clips are, if a Nomragan, are all final ramp. They're all there, and probably 70% of them or more are hunter related. So I think we're going to go to Thunderbluff. Anything else that we need to hand in? Those needles. Stone Talon. Well, we'll go to Thunderbluff. We'll keep looking at the dungeon queue in the meantime. But there don't seem to be tanks around particularly. Should check guild, see if there's any. There's a few warriors. Yeah, so I'll tend to ask if people are familiar with the dungeon or not. I don't have so much of a problem with unfamiliarity because I'm comfortable explaining as I go. So, you know, if there's stuff they're not used to or they haven't done for a long time or they just haven't been there at all, like it's generally fine because I know I can explain it to them. If they started to not listen to those explanations like that's when I'd start to think about it being a bad idea. So if you don't know so much yourself, it's more important to find people who have a slightly better understanding. Like if everyone is a little bit clueless, then that's obviously when it's at its most risky. Oh, now there's life root. Now there's life root. I see how it is. Oh. I did not go to Splinter Post. Blah. Yeah, I mean, I've been in dungeons with people who have claimed like to do things loads before, and that you can see from how they're playing that that's not the case. Have you seen the My Wailing Caverns clip from the playing the Warlock? That's worth a watch. So basically, what happens is tank goes into a group of 4 mobs, gets aggro on 2 of them. The 2 casters are ignored, and aggro the healer. I engage one of the casters to take it off the healer. Nobody else peels the other caster. The tank gets a power word shield cast on them, and then while at full health and in 0 danger, decides to turn around and run out of the dungeon. The healer gets aggro on another patrol that was tagged as well, I think, and dies super fast before I can do anything really. I stay and kill the things that I'm fighting. Everybody else just runs to the entrance. It was one of the most crazy things I've ever seen. I have never seen a tank just run out of a dungeon on full health before. But like they were saying, you know, they've played like a really long time. They know Wailing Caverns really well. They've been tanking for ages. They're a great player and all that. And then the most farcical situation possible. I think the clip's on YouTube anyway. But yeah, it was something super special. I think the other 2 DPS survived. I obviously survived because I eventually got to 60. But the healer died, and the 2 DPS and the healer were all friends. Yeah. Well, I was just surprised that, especially as they're friends, neither of them tried to take aggro on anything and to peel him. It was just a very, very weird situation. Yeah, it wouldn't have helped though. So the tank went in and pulled. The tank is obviously getting threat on 2 mobs, and the focus of the casters is on the tank. The healer then heals the tank because he's taking damage, casts powered shield, and this all generates threat onto the healer. The DPS don't have any threat on these 2 casters. The tank doesn't have any threat on these 2 casters. There's nothing you can fade.
What brings you here? May the eternal sun shine upon you.
And that's the problem. Like your I drop a bit of threat button just does nothing because nobody else is on the aggro table.
How may I aid you?
But that's why I was. Do we have to fly through Orgrimmar to get there? actually.
Hail.
Um,
Ancestors watch over you.
yeah, so if you heal someone and enemies are looking at that someone, you generate healing threat. That's basically what it does. Um, and like the tank had the initial focus because they went in and and started attacking stuff, but they didn't hit the mobs with anything. So they, although they're on the threat table, their threat is essentially 0. And so when the healer heals the tank, the healer then immediately has the highest threat. Well, you don't. I mean, at some point you have to if their health gets low. But I mean, the healer's mistake partly was why are you casting Power Word Shield on a full health tank? I don't know if they had intended to Power Word Shield themselves because they were being hit with stuff. That, you know, that might have been a possibility. But ultimately they didn't. They cast Power Word Shield on the full health tank.
Be good. Spirits be with you, man.
Yeah, this is why I like Healbot. You're not having to click someone's portrait and then click the spell. You're not trying to keep track of everybody's health bars in separate. Not, it's not like they're in separate places, but like there's space between them. You know what I mean?
What do you need? Go forth to victory.
If the clip isn't obvious, I'll see if I can find the link to it while I'm flying.
Blood and thunder. Down.
Yeah, so he should have um, engaged the first two things and then sort of walked through the first two mobs and pulled the melee ones to the casters to get threat on everything. That, that's what you would expect any competent tank to do. But he just engaged the first two things and then did nothing except hit them, and let the casters do whatever the heck they wanted to. You see, I send my Void Walker onto one of the mobs as soon as I realise like just exactly what's going on, and the tank is literally not going to do anything.
Greetings. Go forth to victory.
Yeah, that's really near the beginning of the dungeon. So, like we'd gone in, cleared Lady Anaconda, dropped down in the river and turned left. And it's just as you like go up the rocky slope to get to the top upper area. And that's where it was. There's like four mobs up there, and a patrol every so often. It should be one of the easiest packs to deal with. Should be.
Spring.
But you can see how utterly insane the tank is. Like literally just runs away on full health. Quite so, quite so. What is this with level 29s and 30s wanting to run Gnome again?
What brings you here?
Don't get it.
Goodbye.
What can I do for you? For the Horde! Zug zug. Farewell.
Hmm. Hmm. Um, um, so, once during this Scarlet Monastery, you tank heart up, heal less than dip below 50 tips. I don't think the tank was in the right for leaving. They should have handled that better. I can't remember if do the monks have execute towards the end of library? Either they have execute or they just hit really, really hard. So certainly against on those packs, you would definitely want to keep your tank's health higher. I mean, as a healer in Scarlet Monastery, I would look to keep my tank's health certainly a lot more stable. Mm. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, so so the monks can do spike damage and they hit hard anyway. So you definitely want to keep the tank's health higher. So I could understand the tank being a little bit worried, but dipping below 50% isn't like that bad. If it was hovering around like 40% all the time, that would be concerning. In Scarlet Monastery, anyway. And like, I wouldn't play as I did in the Dead Mines dungeon in Scarlet Monastery. I'd keep things higher and more stable. It's a bit weird when you're healing Dead Mines because your the amount that your heal spell heals for is so massive relative to the tank's total hit points. And at that point you can't really down rank the spell that you're using particularly. So like, the only other option would be to cast the spell and waste like 40% of the heal for some weird reason.
I am listening. What brings you here?
Let me just have a look to see if anybody else said that they wanted to do. Uh, okay. Continue to. Oh, so it's a lot easier using Healbot. I'll certainly say that. I did heal Dead Mines without Healbot, and as a result, I did make a couple of erroneous casts on the final boss fight. I accidentally cast Renew and Powered Shield on myself instead of the tank, which was not good. But it also like wasn't an emergency vital situation, so thankfully nothing went horribly wrong as a result. But I mean that's what prompted me to start using Healbot again, rather than being lazy and using the F keys for quick targeting. I do like Healbot better anyway. It's just so good. It really is. But I mean, if you want to like test stuff out, then try doing some group quests. And like heal those group quests rather than rather than DPS. Or go into a over leveled into a Ragefire Chasms, and I give that a go. Why are there no decently leveled people? It's, um, what are you like? What are you looking to build? Are you looking? What are you planning on doing? Are you going shadow, or are you just going discipline holy? Yeah, the spirit tap for leveling is important. Um, so as like for what you're going for in discipline, you need your wand for levelings. And then like martyrdom and silent resolve are kind of whatever. So those are sort of default talents almost. And then like meditation is really nice. You're saying you're talking about spiritual guidance. So like with the holy stuff, um, if you're healing, you kind of obviously want healing focus and improve renew. Um, like the spell warding is like an irrelevance pretty much. Um, so like some people really like the reduced cast time for the divine fury. I prefer the crit effect, so I'd go like 3, 4, 5, and then 5 here. Um, and I'd then take inspiration, ignore blessed recovery, 1 point holy nova, and then 1 point divine fury, improved healing. I'd ignore holy reach, and then another 2 points in divine fury to bring you up to the next level, and then you can get your spiritual guidance. Does that make sense? So that has the benefit of giving you the extra crit to proc inspiration more frequently and to keep the buff up. And it doesn't have much of an impact on losing. You only lose like 0.2 of a second. Because if you're focused on a healing spec, you're not really going to go for Searing Light anyway. You're just going to go straight into Spiritual Guidance. And Spirit of Redemption is pointless. And Improve Healing is kind of pointless. Yeah, so Spiritual Guidance, possibly into Spiritual Healing. And yes, I would say, you know, live with the error until you're like properly sure of what you're happy with. But personally, I think the increased crit effect, combined with the inspiration for buffing armor, is really good. If you're fairly high on mana, what you can do is, because it doesn't matter the level of the spell that you're using, so you can spam a super cheap level rank 1 spell, and as long as it crits, you proc inspiration. No, that's where down ranking is really useful. Yes, yeah, like this, this is huge stability. Like this is like, if you see how I heal the dungeons currently, like this is amazing. And when it's combined with eventually like the mental agility as well, it's super good. Sorry, healing focus. I mean, so healing in an ideal world where nothing is hitting you in a dungeon, healing focus isn't needed. But if there are ads that are out of control and the tank doesn't have them and they're beating on you, you want to be able to get your heals off still. And at that point, not having interruption is super important. Like it's not something that I would, you know, you look at it and you think, oh yes, I need that. You kind of don't. Like you can prevent some level of pushback with a power word shield on yourself, and you can cast your heal in that time, and that's usually good enough. It's for that dungeon oh shit moment where you have to get the heal off or the tank's going to die, and you don't have time to power word shield yourself, So you'd better hope that you get lucky avoiding the pushback. Like, yeah. No, it's if I had a choice, I'd rather have the extra 2 points in Divine Fury probably. But I don't feel that, or Holy Reach actually. Either would be good. Um, but I don't I feel it's sort of mandatory. So, um, the Smite and Holy Fire is irrelevant. It's the radius of your Prayer of Healing and Holy Nova spells that's vaguely useful. That's Prayer of Healing. 3-second cast. Everyone within 30 yards gets healed. And obviously with 10% extra range, that's 33 to 36. Yeah. Right, let's actually list this as one. So ideally we'd like some form of caster, perhaps. I don't know if we can be picky currently. What can we do while we wait? we can go to Undercity and hand in a cloth wrap thing, I think. If we have enough time. Yep. Reclaim our bag space.
Peace, friend. Go in.
Shaman and Hunter. 29, almost 30. Um, cool. Got a mage. Um, mm, mm. I would have thought there would be more druids looking for Nomagan, given that they need the crowd pummeler. I wonder if I should actually buy some more water for this. Just in case. I'm not anticipating needing to drink, but I should probably have it just in case I actually need to. Oh, if you're still there, Ice, the other thing that's really useful, I haven't needed to use them yet, but the what are they? Smoked sagefish and the greater sagefish give you mana back every 5 seconds. Those are really good for healing lower level dungeons. Keep your mana topped up. So I haven't needed to use any yet, so I haven't gone out of my way to collect them. But they're obviously good when you need them. Just very quickly check my bank. It is full of nonsense. That can be sold. That back in. No, can't fit any of that in. Quest.
Farewell. What are you looking for? Drink.
Not 31. I don't have greater heal yet. What level do we get greater heal? We get another rank of heal soon. We get levitate at 34. Yay. Greater heals level 40. So it will be a little while yet. Once I've got it, I will look at the mana efficiency, and then I will compare it with how like things flow. So like as you level up, naturally, health pools increase, and so like the lower ranks of spells heal up as a percentage less of the total health pool. So it really depends how that dynamic shifts. So at some point, when like you start off, you have lesser heal, and that sort of gets superseded a little bit by heal. And I'm wondering if greater heal essentially does the same thing again. So it might become my main um, my main healing spell. Or it might be more of a wait and see. We'll go and fly down to Ratchet. That get deleted. Not on purpose. I ended up doing Black Fathom Deeps with only 4 as the hunter that they're disconnected. So we finished it 4-man. You can't easily like get a replacement 5th in Black Fathom Deeps because of the tunnel that's before it. And if you don't have a warlock to summon someone in, then we'd have had to run out from the Kelris all the way to the dungeon entrance, all the way through the tunnel to escort someone from Zorangar Strand all the way back through. No thanks. I'd rather just do it 4-man. And it was fine. Yeah, it was absolutely fine. Normally I'd rather have the 5 people. I mean, I suppose it might even make more sense to do it 4-man sometimes with the lower content. I suppose you would certainly, once you hit 40 and certain classes had upgraded to mail as warriors upgraded to plate, you'd be able to have plate mail leather cloth in a group and without any overlap and contestation, which some people might like. It could potentially increase the drop efficiency anyway. But I mean, certainly the earlier dungeons, pre 40, you know, you've got 3 types of armor, and you've got 5 people, so there's always going to be some amount of overlap. Yeah, I'd probably want to do it only with people that I trusted to be competent. So, I mean, once people have made it to like level 40 or so, I mean, you know, they've made it to level 40 in hardcore. You know, there's got to be some level of competency there in order to achieve that. Just that slightly. I mean, for me, the dungeons are about do the quests, see what drops. If something good drops, great. But each dungeon I've only done once. I'm not doing them for experience. On the whole, I don't mind trusting people. Like, generally, people are okay. Like, you can tell when somebody's in your group if something is going wrong with them, you know. Um,
Hello. Dark Lady, watch over you.
oh, was it the Dead Minds group? There was a mage in one of the dungeons that I did. I think it was the Dead Minds group, and they were using Evocate off cooldown. Just like we entered the dungeon and we were fighting like 4 normal non-elite mobs, and so they could do DPS. They evocated. They weren't using they weren't drinking in between pulls to keep their mana topped off. They were just using evocate to be lazy essentially.
What will you require?
And I didn't look at the damage meter, but they seemed I think to be like using mana inefficient spells to do damage as well. So like using as it fire blast off cooldown rather than as a finisher on running enemies. Things like that. But you know, you could immediately tell that they didn't really know what they were doing properly. You know? Where's the... Oops. What do we get? We got mana burn, abolish disease, flash heal. Oh, I need to update the flash heal, disease, and renew. Then get renew rank 5 on the bar. Abolish disease, flash heal. I'll do that while we're... It might be better to hearth instead of waiting for the Zeppelin, but it depends. Now there's... Oh, Zeppelin is there. Do we make it? That's the question. I think we do barely. Phew. Just. I didn't want to have to use the Hearthstone there, but I also didn't want to use a swiftness pot. Oh. They will fly down to Ratchet and we'll get... I suppose we'll buy some level 25 water, which we probably won't need to use, but we'll see. We'll have to replace it in a few levels' time. Level 35 water. More wasted gold. There we go. 1 stack of sweet nectar, which will probably sit in our bags and do nothing. And we're on our way down to Ratchet now, and we'll be on the boat to Booty Bay.
What are you looking for?
So to activate Spirit Tap, you need to get the Killing Blow. If you're looking to snipe a low health trash mob, you're often better just to wand it. It's another reason I like having Healbot. You can target hostile things. So you can have your wand target to try and get your Spirit Tap. Alternatively, you can keep the tank targeted. If there are any particular like quick binds that you've set up here that are not on your mouse. That's okay. I could have always clicked the buff off again. Mm. I still can't believe that there were so many 28s and 29s looking for a Gnomragan group. It's properly nuts. They're just looking to get to the ramp and pull everything and and just die. It's so pointless. Well, here comes the ship into Ratchet. Be there. We'll be leaving again soon. Won't be long. Oh, he's leveling his weapon skill. Oh, that's alright then. Anything we're missing? Could have made some hidden features, I suppose. Not that important. Yeah. Ship is leaving. Tomorrow we'll be able to start 1,000 needles properly, I think. Oh yes. Um, um, new. Rank 5. Flash heal. 3. So I try and save it for when I need to heal myself more, like if I'm fighting an elite, and like it's done some damage to me, I can put renew up, but that's not going to be enough. Then the devouring plague will both kill the mob faster and heal me too. But not a whole lot. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm doing at the moment is green level quests, so it dies kind of fast anyway. So I don't take much damage, so it's not really an important thing. That makes sense. When I'm fighting more equal level stuff,
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
then it will be more relevant. Hey, we are here. Hello.
Yeah, man.
Mage. The rogue. Self. The warrior. There we go. And that puts me completely out of mana. Um, Potion time. Minor elixirs. We'll soon be able to make the next ones up, so all fine. And eat a lion chops. We've got like 2 extra stacks of food in our bank. That I want to get rid of. So tank health looks pretty stable. Now you'd expect it because he's quite a lot higher level than these mobs. I would expect to be sitting, for the most part, 85% mana plus, given how these packs are looking. And like at the moment, I can just let his natural regen do everything. For the early part of this dungeon, for the record, I hate seeing that evocate there. Why did you evocate for 2 mobs? Like, was that just to save drinking? So that you could have damage on the meter again? Like, well, let's put it like this. If you get into a tough situation and you find yourself completely out of mana and your evocate's on cooldown, what are you going to do? And if you use that evocate a couple of minutes earlier to do some more damage on a trash pack that wasn't an issue and was going to die easily anyway, like, you know, what did it gain you and what did it lose you? Now, when you go into a dungeon as a mage, you should have lots of stacks of water, so that the moment a pull is over, you can immediately drink to start to top your mana up. Something else that is also really useful to do is server tick drinking, so that you can, if you've got an add-on that shows when your mana is going to tick, when the server ticks are for eating and food buffs to proc, you can like drink on tick, and that, yes, that will use up 1 water for 1 tick, but it'll still like get you that benefit. And you know, yes, you make water for free, so like, why not? Like, that's your like optimum resource. But equally, like, the moment a fight is over, you can just sit down and drink. You're out of combat. But I see mages not doing that, like standing around, and then a few seconds later they'll pop evocate. Well, why? Why didn't you just start drinking straight away? And like on trash packs, it doesn't matter if you're drinking or not, you know. Well, what difference does it make whether you've got an extra 500 damage on the meter or not? Yeah, I mean the point is like if the tank pulls, it's fine. But they should be aware of the group's mana. Like that's the tank's job to keep an eye on what's going on. If they're not watching your mana and they pull and they want you involved in that fight, that's on them. The whole point of pulling them out away from the rockfall, of course, is that the mistake a lot of people will make is fighting them here and then trying to loot after combat's ended and they get squished by rocks. We don't want that to happen. I don't even think I need to heal here, to be honest. Like their health was so stable and the natural regen would take care of it anyway. So we'll aim to do the escort quest next. So we'll go down. He misclicked. I think he clicked need instead of greed. That's fine. Like it was a mail something or leather something. I don't think anyone really cared. Just a click mistake, it's fine. Left, not right. Do we want... And evocate again. I mean, it depends where the... Depends where the... I just kind of prefer this exit route for the escort. And I think I think statistically the escort is more often likely to be closer to this tunnel than but I'm not 100% sure on that one. So we're doing alright. Got our keeping our mana above 90%. Yeah. And goblins in here. You see how I'm testing the heal amount?
What's up? Hurry back!
To check what percentage that heal will do. Right, and then we can run back up here. And we just have to run the NPC to the dungeon entrance. Away from the alarm bot. It'll explode and kill the goblin. And then you'll get a quest fail. I'm not sure if it does damage to the party as well. But part of the reason I picked up the quest is because I know what to do with it. Oh, is it? Wrong one. That would help. Yes, I know where I'm going, but I'm talking to you and I'm not looking at the map properly. Yeah, so we run to the dungeon entrance, and I think the first time I did this, Gnome again was on the Warlock maybe, and the person who talked and picked up the quest didn't know what they were doing, and so they didn't come to where we kept telling them to go to, and the quest failed. So, if possible, I like to be the one to talk, because then I know that I'm going to do it properly. That's in Booty Bay. Oh, it's just easier to say something like lame. Yeah. Oops. Clicked while trying to loot. I felt that was a bit high. I will lower it down. That should fix looting issues. boss is all the way over there. Mm. Here it comes. Ah. Ah. Right. Where is it? Out of range. Okay. Asks for dispel, goes out of range. I am struggling to see why that is not dispelling. I don't know why that's doing it. I'm using dispel magic. Yeah, it wasn't showing just the number of stacks, it just showed the debuff. I was casting the dispel and it just wasn't disappearing, so. Yes. Yeah. So I could see the debuffs here. I couldn't see them on the heal bot frames though. I'll have to check if there are settings I need to alter for that.
Warning, warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh, to the mage when acidic walkers. Bad times. They did. I was really excited by 9 spirit feet then, and then I saw they were leather. I need to rebuff people. Mage. Me. Rogue and then tank. Out. Missed. I love these packs on a warlock. It's the first time you properly get to use Hellfire. If you've got a priest on you, and it's really amazing because the shield obviously blocks the pushback if you get any aggro. Okay. Did you see the arcane nova after all the mobs were dead? I mean, if you got a last hit, you would certainly get the mana regen buff. Then you wouldn't have any threat on it. I don't know how quickly you would go out of mana doing that though. But it's not a spell I have tested because I haven't talented it yet. Int leather. Yeah. Good for the shaman. And it just does damage.
Electric justice.
Look at me go. Look at my healing. I'll put another renew on the tank. and keep them at whatever ridiculous health they're at. They are the workshop key. 3. Oh, nobody seemed to want it. A main hand that is 1.7 speed. Yeah. It's pretty horrible. So how are you enjoying the renew spamming ice? Ooh,
Warning. Intruder
that is
alert.
nice.
Intruder alert.
No, I meant as content. As a demonstration of like mana management, essentially. Is that the only time in the entire dungeon that my mana has dropped below like 80% is when I've had to buff Power Word Fortitude. And that quite literally sends me out of mana completely. Yeah. They've got Whirlwind Axe, so things die quickly, but um you can see even if things weren't dying quickly, the renew would be keeping their health stable. And they're also, of course, using a two-hander and not a shield, so they're taking more damage than other tanks might. And the renew instantly stabilized everything, pretty much. We'll go for an actual heal here. The Power Word Shield is really good for high burst. Like it's a great stabilizing button. So if the tank was taking a lot of spike damage, or was low and was in danger of taking a huge spike of damage, you'd want to shield as an instant cast and then follow it up with the healing spell just for safety essentially. mage didn't wait long enough for tank to have aggro and did far too much burst far too quickly. Yes, absolutely. I honestly, the Verdan, I would probably pre-shield the tank prior to them engaging. Yeah. Yeah. So that is a big upgrade from 4.4 to 7.7. Um, my tank. Why? Yes. And you can't. Oh, yeah. Come here. Look. Is literally a wall. You cannot fall. Don't mess with elevators. So I'm going to zoom out here just so I can see the room better. There are patrols. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to pull things. So only the agents that put down the mines can drop the ring, the quest item. So if we don't get it while we're clearing down to the last boss, then we will. Um, I've certainly seen mages like frostbolt into fire blast kill themselves, which is not optimal, as you might imagine. Oh, it's got a spell reflect shield up. Perfect. Burst time. Hmm. But doesn't even a small heal. No, small heal is fine. What are you laughing at? It's good to test cast heals to see which one is of the right magnitude. Oh, the spell reflect. Yeah. Oh, that's no. Yeah. I went to hit the alert system, but I think the warrior one-shot it as I targeted it, and so I targeted the thing right behind it, which was the Dark Iron agent. Yeah, we hug the left side here. We don't want to pull down there. We're of a reasonable, decent level anyway, so it's not really an issue. Oh, mage evocates again. Why are you not just drinking? No, I get it. It feels good. Like you press it, you get lots of mana back really fast, and then you're good to go for the next trash pack. But it's just such a waste. It's all it says is I'm lazy. Mm, do we need to heal? Not really. Health is stable. One on the shaman. Refresh the warrior. Do a prayer of healing. Heal everyone. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Nice and stable. Yeah, we're chilling. That barely even touched me below 60% mana. Actually do a lower heal here. Top the tank off. Just use a pot. I need to find out if you've used a pot. Okay. Yeah.
Usurpers! Nomergan is mine!
Bomb.
My machines are the future! They'll destroy you all! Explosions! More explosions! We gotta have more explosions!
And then we need to make sure to loot. Okay, ooh, 4 mana per 5. Yes, please. That's huge. That double mana per 5 is amazing. For a healer, anyway. Mage better not need on it. That would not be anywhere near optimal for them. No. What are you doing? Why are you going up the awkward side? Just clear, safe, side, middle, first. Stop trying to... Please. No. Safe, side, first, please. It's not here yet. Not all clear. We do not want to go up the middle and be trying to keep away from both left and right at the same time. No, we need to clear all of first. We
Warning, warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
If we try and go up the middle, like sure, some of this side is clear, but it's not clear all the way to the top. So at some point, we'd be in the middle, trying to keep in the middle of the middle, and not pull
Warning.
both sides,
Intruder alert. Intruder
and
alert.
that would be bad. I can't remember how much is clear up here, or not. Okay. It was just the one. I thought there was more than one pack. That's the yeah. Yeah. So when we came out of the tunnel previously, and we bought the one pack that was up there. I thought there was more than that, and that was my issue. Yes. Mm, 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 mm. Yes, yes. What I wanted to make sure of was that when we got to the top, there weren't like an extra 2 packs up here that we'd have to try and avoid both sides on. Like when you're going down this way, at least if something here aggroes, you can see it, and you've got a whole lot of time to like hearth out or to do something about it. When you're going up, it's kind of more awkward to see what's going on. Yeah. It's nice when that happens. Yeah, I don't know if it's like low drop chance or whether it's kind of like the quest books in Ragefire Chasm, where one of the cultists has them essentially. I Like I don't think the Ragefire Chasm quest books can actually fail to drop, or at least I've never seen them fail to drop. I think they're always put on a mob. So I don't know if this works like that or if it is just purely drop chance and can fail. That's a shame. See, like this corner up here, where the dark iron dwarves are perched literally right on the very edge. If you're standing in the middle, it's not good. Yeah, yeah, it drops for everyone when it does it. Yeah, with a big hill. Right, now we can go up the narrow side nice and safely. This is the side with the best agent packs as well, really. They stand on the side. May need to stand on the wall, perhaps. No, stop. Don't move. Don't. So the mobs are standing on the wall, and because they're standing on the wall, they're bugging out a bit and evading. And somebody, I think that they were targeting, jumped down or fell down. And so they immediately evaded and went back to full health again. But do you see how the edge is sloped? It doesn't make... I think you can set it up to show them. I think. But currently I don't think I've got it set up in that way. I think you can just stand... I think you can just stand by the wall. Right. You just stand here. Stand here. Like, not evading. Yeah? Not evading. Just stand in front of the wall. Don't think you have to stand on it. Because when you fall, it evades. You can stand in front of the wall. Right. I don't know why everyone's trying to do this jump balance. Yeah. You don't need to jump up on it. Just stand next to it. Like, as long as you're in its little red circle, it's fine. Shame. Can do. Is it ever worth? Yeah. Ever worth using those? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I mean, so you've got the grime encrusted objects, and they cost 3 silver per thing. That's what, 33 silver. And sometimes you'll get a malachite, which is worth 15 copper. Yes, yes, you have to pay. If it was free, then absolutely you'd just churn through them all and see what you got and be like, yeah, that's nice. Like even the malachite would be something, but it costs you. Yeah. It's this way, isn't it? True. It is paid for entirely. But if I vended the grime encrusted objects instead, I'd be 29, no,
Warning. Warning. Intruder alert. Intruder
37
alert.
silver, more towards either dual spec or mount. Not that it's that big in the grand scheme of things, I guess. Let's do the gambling. We'll see what we get. May as well, as we're here. One thing you do absolutely want to be very clear and careful about, however, is to when you get the ring drop, the grime encrusted ring, always do the quest for the grime encrusted ring first, because when you do the normal cleaning, it can use your grime encrusted ring when you don't want it to, and then that quest item that you waited patiently to drop, it disappears and it's gone. And I think there's only one of the cleaners that will actually clean the grime encrusted ring as well. It's the first one in on the right as we enter it from this direction, anyway. And yeah, this place is huge. It's great. Like some of the original dungeons, they're properly big areas. Those we should heal. So this would be the one, I believe, that you do the ring cleaning in. I don't think the other ones. I don't think the other ones give you the option when you use them. A druid staff. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So we can, while they're using the machines, we can do some heavy silk bandages. There's the malachite, there's the smooth pebble. Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted to do. Went one too far. And used up bag space. Oh, no, blood is not done. Silver art or rough stone. Wow, that was worth 3 silver. Smooth pebble. Nice. Might be something in a battered junk box, but probably not. Well, I have yet to see anything of note come out of any of these. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. Required money, 3 silver. Oh. Got that aggroed then for a moment. It's just flavour. I'm going to move to the other one, it feels safer. Thank you for joining us, Hyde. It was good to have you on. Now, the heavy stone, if I was not self-found, I might be able to sell that on the auction house, I suppose. Yep. Lead ore. And more lead ore. At least with the lead ore, it vendors for 2 silver 50, so kind of covers... yes, exactly. It covers the trash. Unlike copper ore. Wait a minute. The box vendors for more than content. And a smooth pebble. Wow. Wasn't that worthwhile? We'll half out.
Zug zug.
Yeah, well, we'll vendor all that. Goodbye, wool cloth. Oh, now that's annoying. It does. Fused wiring does not even have a vendor price. Oh, they looked off. Well, see you, Hyde, if you're still watching. Oh no, that's not even raw bristlewood catfish, it's just bristlewood catfish. Goodbye, silver ore. So fused wiring is something that is kind of sought after for engineering. And on the auction house, I think it is actually worth something. We were going to use this. I don't know whether to keep. I think we should probably keep the 2 per 5 ring. I don't know if it's better than Seal or Sylvanas or not. Might be, maybe. I kind of like having the 8 stamina though, so we'll keep that in our bank. I'm going to have a look at the auction house and see how much fused wiring is actually worth. We can't obviously use the auction house because we're self-found, but we can still look. Oh, okay. Apparently it's sold for coppers. Didn't miss out on anything. I remember in Vanilla Original that used to be worth like 2-3 gold or something stupid because people just couldn't obtain it. But evidently people are wise to how to get it now. We can go and hand in our Rig Wars quest. Oh, look at those robes. 18 spirit. 18. I'd forgotten those were a reward.
Yo! Have a good one. Keep it real. Be good.
Nice. Oh, look. The hood works well. I was so pleased with getting that as well, but the 18 spirit with 7 stamina is just...
Glory.
It eclipses this massively.
Be safe.
And we got almost level 33. Which means we have got 7 levels to make 82 gold. Plus whatever it costs to train abilities. Is that going to happen? Probably not. So we can go to Booty Bay. To hand that quest in. Kind of want to come back to 1,000 Needles next. Yeah. Yeah. 1,000 Needles is definitely the place. Everything else is either equal or higher level. And I've been looking forward to 1,000 Needles for a really long time. There are a ton of great quests there. And the Shimmering Flats, of course. Some people hate it, but I love it as a questing area. You can just run around in a big circle, collect all the quests, finish all the quests, hand them in, and you're done. I think what we will do, however, is we'll take the Zeppelin to Gromgol and then the flight point down to Booty Bay. That way we can then in future go from Booty Bay to Gromgol if we so wish. I'm just going to AFK for a moment and I'll be back in time for getting the flight point down to Booty.
Boo!
Blood and thunder!
Victory!
Loktar! For the Horde!
Mogra! May your blade...
Okay. Back into Booty Bay. Ship is already there.
Talk to me! Glad I could help! Hurry back!
Oh, very close. Very close level indeed.
Greetings.
Do we need... We kind of do need to do some fishing at some point. And where is going to be best for that? There's Dustwallow Marsh. There's Desolus, where we were previously. Kind of Arathi Highlands, but the water's a bit awkward to get to. Alterac Mountains, but there is the unlikely but outside chance of the pathing dragon to blindside you. That Swamp of Sorrows, but oh, actually, that Thousand Needles is a 225, isn't it? What What did you get from fishing? Hmm. And we can get some. How many? Oh, wait, let's think. Each bauble was giving about 11 skill. We've called it 10 skill, just to be on the safe side. Um, I mean, about 7 baubles, is that right? Guess so. And the fishing pole that we've got negates 5 of that. 8.
Light bless you.
Chip isn't here, so we'll check the recipe as well.
Good day to you.
A couple of those in.
See you later.
There's the ship. So that's 1,000 needles to be handed in. That's 1,000 needles. That's 1,000 needles. That's 1,000 needles. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. It might be possible to try fishing vaguely near from goal, possibly. Would be another option. I don't think you can on the north end of Dustwallow Marsh. I think one of the coast runners runs too far north and makes fishing too dangerous there. You'd always be trying to dodge the murloc. 1,000 needles is okay. The Desolus Beach, or just around the coast near Shadowprey Village, is good. Like Dustwallow Marsh is good as well, but you've got to get to the bay there, and you're like 10 levels down on creatures, so that's just not happening. So the other options are what Alterac Mountains, but that's the dragon path. Hillsborough Foothills doesn't cut it. Awkward to get to the coast there. Yeah. We can give Thousand Needles a shot at some point for fishing. See what drops from the inland water. There's only the one amount of water is there. Oh no, there's, well, I don't think we've got that part of the map revealed yet, do we? No. So there's the water here, which is full of elementals. I think there's also water down here, but that's surrounded by basilisk. And yeah, I think those are your two puddles, essentially. Question is, are we going to be doing much herbing down here? King's Blood and Wild Steel Bloom, certainly. Don't really want the bruiseweed. Yeah, it's just King's Blood and Wild Steel Bloom. That's all all what looks like we want here. Yeah. Elite Kodo is up. Okay, we've got
Well met. Farewell.
plenty of room.
Peace, friend.
Lawkeeper
Ah,
should sell
expecting you.
for a recipe. No.
May the eternal sun shine. Now, walk with the Earth Mother. We shall meet again. Go in peace. I've been expecting you.
That's Decimus.
Lotar. Go with honor. How?
Yeah, it's not the wild steel bloom that's impeding anything.
Winds be
Anyway, we're on layer 1. Let's try a different layer. Yeah, shadow one. Okay. Right, so we are all set to start 1,000 needles. These are obviously some slightly higher level quests, so we'll do the lower level part first. There's another escort here, and test of faith. We'll probably start with test of faith, alien egg, centaur, and the cloven hoof, I suppose. And we'll fit in the other things as they seem to slot in nicely. We already did the Gallic Messenger quest when we came here first. We went down here and he was just there, so we already landed in the first part of that. So we can start the assassination event when we get to White Reach Post. So yeah, we've had a good Gnomeregan. Yet another dungeon healed without drinking a single time. No water. No water. Very impressed by that. Well, we'll say I'm going to end stream here. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time for our journey in 1,000 Needle. Good night.